Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, so we're good to go in both rooms in terms of audio and visual. So, well, we're in for a big market gap down, guys. They're down, the SPY anyway is down 8.6 right now. So we're in for a big gap down day to start. Let's see if it turns into my favorite day and has a recovery. What are the ones that are really moving this morning? Well, HCWB poking his head just over $1. I mean, the only thing I can see is, well, we don't have them as an earnings play. We have, we had it May the 7th, but I don't know if they're just repeating this. But this is the news that I see this morning, on track to report phase one, okay? Alopecia data. But then I see this. So I don't really know what this means, okay? If this is truly a rehash of the May 7th press release or earnings release, but it says they have a gap EPS of 0.37, which beats by 0.81 the revenue. Anyway, that's what we see this morning for the HCWB. I thought it was a China stock. It is not a China stock. Low float, 6 million in the float, 114 million shares have traded already. Morning 889 or 899 in our YouTube room. Yeah, so a lot of shares already have traded. Closed yesterday at 32 cents. AUUD, some of you were talking about that. I saw submits an S4 for a merger with Thraman Holdings. Okay, it's an AI play. Another low float, a lot of volume already. Now this is surprising to me. GemG. Why is it surprising? This is a 2 times long for Gemi, the stock. $23 stock, guys, and Gemi itself. Now I know it's a 2-timer, but Gemi itself is way cheaper. Usually it's the other way around. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to, Gemi, the stock, GEMI is up 30%. GEMG is up 60% because it's a 2-timer, but it's quite a bit more expensive. You know what one's going to be interesting today, guys, is the large cap gainers from the start of the race, especially if the market continues like this, because this would be any stock we'll see here. We probably won't see very many, but any stock we see here will be running counter to the market because these would be large cap stocks that are up for the day and near the high of the day. And with the market, with the SPY down over 8 points right now, that'll be an interesting to see if anything comes through there. SLE is an earnings play, guys. SLE is an earnings play. Super League Enterprises. This is an earnings play. Another low float, a lot of volume already. On a weekly chart, where could this keep going? If it 694, looks like 694, or call it 7, is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. BIYA is one of these ones that was 73-cent stock yesterday. That's where it closed in that area. Popping up this morning. China stock. See if there's any news on it. See if KWeb is moving. No, well, it is, but it's moving down. So BIYA, a China stock, but it is moving contrary to the overall market, China market. Don't see any news on it. So AHL is now, so what did it do yesterday? So we did get up to that 581. It closed down here and now it's starting to, so it's sort of right at the close of 2 days ago. Okay. AEHL. Let's see if that holds it. Quick look at the sectors as expected with the market big gap down. There's only two that are positive, XLE, mildly positive, and XLP. Interesting that Staples is. And of course, XLE Energy. What's the worst one? How about silver? Wow. Look at silver getting shellacked. And look at the semis. But look at silver, guys. Look at silver. SLV down 7.5% right now. Okay, thank you for that, William, in terms of the beat raises, etc. Yeah, I saw that Fig was, I guess this is an earnings play. Fig is an earnings play. But, the market, I know we say that stocks that release earnings or have news, and especially if the initial reaction is great, earnings reaction is great, or they have some news and it looks good. These could be the alpha stocks. But if the market's going to do this, especially a stock like Fig that's been beaten up. Sure, it's got a little pop today, but it's been an absolutely, well, terrible IPO. I mean, initially fantastic, got up to 141, but ever since then. So my feeling is that Fig could have a nice. That's what it is. Yeah, Fig is supposed to be the Adobe. Yeah, you can go ahead, Abdul. You can ask me a question. So if you have to reload trade ideas, okay? If you did not, because there are no signals yet, okay? The only reason you're seeing old signals, in my opinion, anyway, is that you did not exit trade ideas yesterday. You've always got to exit trade ideas at some point, okay? And then reload it in the morning. If you reload it in the morning, it'll be blank, okay? Cannot leave trade ideas running overnight. That's from yesterday. Okay, unusual. That's from yesterday. This won't start updating until the 9:30 open. You're talking about the SPY and the Dow and the Qs. Doesn't update until the open. But we know the SPY is down, guys. You don't have to. You just have a SPY chart, and we know the SPY is down. All right, I guess I'll look at TDIC. Let's see. I can't trade this one. It's not tradable at Interactive Brokers, but for those of you who can, yeah, it's up 110%. But remember, it was a $38 stock a couple of days ago. Got down underneath. Did you get under? You got underneath $1. So HCWB is still hanging tough over. Let's take a look at the. Well, I already looked at the weekly chart. The next high Yeah, so the next high is $1.17, and then there's a high there of $1.11, a high there at $1.36. So there's a little bit of blockage perhaps, okay, from this thing keep moving higher. When you look at the weekly chart for HCWB, there's no guarantee this is all going to block it, but it's already up 238%. Okay, those are just past AI trades, okay, Abdul. They're just past AI trades. I'm just looking here. You can see when the time was. So those are just past AI trades, okay? Okay, the HCWB. So again, they're just past AI trades. I mean, we have one of the things that I don't know if the company's been asked to do this for quite a while now, hasn't been able to for whatever reason. Is when remember when an AI if a past AI alert becomes positive. In other words, let's just say we had an AI alert for some stock today at $10, and yet it closes at the $9. Okay, today. If sometime in the future that stock gets over $10, it gets added to that AI long. Okay. The problem is we don't know when it happens because we don't have an alert for that. Santiago, well, thank you for that in our YouTube room. Been asked many times, and it'd be a great addition, I think. Yeah, I mean, why not have an alert when a past AI alert goes above the original alert price? It could be months later. I don't know how long they do it. I actually don't know how long back they go. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Pizza, more takeover talk. Okay, let's take a look at pizza. Papa John's, little little lift. Papa John's shares jump as largest U.S. franchisee said to back Earth Capital bid. Now, were those the ones who originally were doing it? But what was it, a year ago? Seems like such a long time ago. Probably wasn't a year ago. Was not a year ago, but I don't remember who was the speculation that somebody was going to take them over or buy them. All right, guys. Now, I want to see some of these earnings plays. Yeah, just looking to see if there's any major. I don't see anything that's really jumping out at me. Rum is down. Or I'm just looking at some of the earnings plays down. I mean, Gamble, but these are cheap. GAMB. This is down 28% on earnings. Um, Vuzi, that's been sort of an active stock, down 20% on earnings. This is down also. I mean, Sigma Lithium. I mean, we've seen this one quite a bit in the last year or so. SGML. This is down on earnings also. So here's another one that's up on earnings. PIII, P3 Health Partners, PIII, up on earnings. Okay, big, nice pop, 25% on earnings. Unless this market turns around, though, I mean, there will be some alpha stocks, stocks that don't care what the market's doing. Okay, so GEMI. Now this is GEMG. Okay, so this is up 48%. Again, this is just not used to seeing the price higher than the stock price. This is, remember, this is a two-time ETF for GEMI. Not a lot of volume. I'm so surprised that this stock would have an ETF for them, but anyway, they do. But look at the price, 22, and the stock itself is quite a bit less than that. $6. So I think SPRY is an earnings play. Excuse me, an earnings play. SPRY. I think this is an earnings play. Yes, it is. It is down 14% on earnings. Boeing, a bit of a sell-off. I think that the idea was that the Chinese were going to, the conjecture or the idea, whatever you want to call it, was that Boeing was going to buy 500 planes, or China was going to buy 500 planes, and they ended up only buying 200. So I think they were down on that. I mean, it's not a catastrophe or anything, but I think I think it was being bid higher and higher and higher because of the enthusiasm. Yeah, that's what I had heard. Read that because he brought all those execs over, and Boeing was the one where he certainly touted that the Chinese were going to buy 500 planes, and they ended up buying 200. All right, so that is Boeing. So I think what happened is, I think when the news came out, you see, it was a bit. I mean, remember now, the market was ripping yesterday. So Boeing was way up here at 243, closed down here at 229, and I think that's what happened. Not 100% for sure, but the idea was that they were going to be buying 500 shares, the Chinese government, and then when it came out, they were only buying 200. That's when it just dropped. Yeah, you were. But is this the only one? Is this the only one for Micron? The two timer for Micron? Is this the only one? I thought there was another one. Because you're right, this is ridiculously expensive. What is Micron itself? Is that, yeah, it's a little less. It's a little less than the actual stock, but that's the one with the best volume. Yeah, well, but the whole idea of these ETFs were to, have a cheaper way and maybe take advantage of a double move, but a cheaper way to buy the stock. I think that's why they were designed, right? Vida. Okay, you guys are talking about Vida. 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 Prices IPO, $4 a share. So it hasn't opened yet. I guess it has not opened yet. This is one of those. What time is it now? Do I have time? Yes, I do. 9:20. So let me go to my IPO calendar. So is that there? There it is. Okay. So today is the 15th, but I don't see that it's trading yet. Okay. It's supposed to trade. AI, of course. Who's behind it? Nobody's behind it. I mean, the benchmark. And is it a China company? It is not a China company. It's out of Texas. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's priced right, for if it's going to let's see what sort of move we get. But it has, so what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to put a price alert. Price alert, where are you? There you are, right at the top here. Price alert. I'm going to put a $1 price alert. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. And when it opens, well, you're talking. Okay, I'll. That's interesting, William. I'll see. Maybe pass that on. That's okay. That's okay. All right, guys. So here's the AUUD, and again, this is some kind of a merger news. MICC. Okay. What about MI Magnum ice cream? Okay. Well, it's got volume. Not showing up here because it's only up 13%. Climate report a potential private equity bidder. So this is more of a. Oh, this is the owner of Ben and Jerry's. Okay. Of course, it backs down. Okay, so this is kind of a rumor, bit of a rumor that they might be trying to sell themselves, I guess. All right, the HCWB, so it did try, got up to that level. What did it get to? Got up to 120. Remember, the weekly highs are right around that area. That's where it got to, kind of stalled. So take a look at a monthly chart. Well, a monthly chart's not really going to help us. Oh, there is no web. Well, okay. The Willie in our YouTube room, absolutely the app. Okay, the desktop version. There is no web-based. I mean, there is a web-based version, but we don't support it anymore. Okay. But if you're asking, I'm talking to the Willie in our YouTube room. If you're asking about, well, if you can use the desktop version, 100% do that. Okay. Not even close. Let's see how silver is still. Is it fading again? Yeah, even more. Maybe not. No, a little bit of a pop now for silver. A little bit of a pop. But I think when I looked at it, it was down 6%, so it even got further down. A little bit of a pop here. Yeah, the MacBook. It's a PC-based program. Okay, it is. It is that simple. Exactly. It is not supported now unless you're willing to use a emulation program or like parallels. Okay, something like that. I know that's what a lot of people do. Just give me a moment. But it does say on the sign up that it is a it's a PC based program. So hopefully you were able to read that. Yes, SPY is at the VWAP. You are absolutely right. There's the VWAP. Okay, so maybe a little thrust through. Maybe we're going to have well, let's see. The bottom here was 738, so maybe a little bit of a rally taking place here. Some of the high flyers from yesterday, the DXF, AIIO. The website dashboard data mode says no data. No data. You mean no live data or a 15-minute delayed? You can only be in one at a time. You know that. So if you have the app up and running, if you have the app up and running, is there any particular reason why you're going to the website dashboard? But if you have the app up and running, you can't have both at the same time. Boy, look at YMAT, guys. So you cannot have them up and running at the same time. Here's, oh wow, I'm just going to say YMAT, guys. So YMAT, yeah, it is popping here, and it actually there's the high yesterday. So YMAT, wow, and it's almost at the high of yesterday now. In fact, it's right there almost. It's just above the high of yesterday now, and that's YMAT. The big one. Remember, 2 days ago, 4 days ago, 21-cent stock. Not a crazy low float. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. So the volume just came pouring in right here, guys, on the YMAT. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. Yeah, we have less than a minute to the 9:30 open. So I'm going to get rid of this. Let's have a great trading day, everybody, or end of this trading week, actually. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys. So the YMAT super active, of course. Now it's underneath $1, and the market is net 9:30 open, guys. So Now, this is what I'm talking about. See, right now there are no stocks meeting the requirements. Look at fuel cell, guys. This is one I actually traded yesterday a little bit. Okay, I took it was it was probably a stupid thing to do, but I sort of chased it a bit right into the not quite into the close, but FCEL over $20 again. It got up to yesterday, got up to $22. Like, yeah, so I think I took it. I think I took it on the 21 break. Now, this has just been on a roll. I mean, it's down 7%. I get it, but remember from where it came. Okay, well, we've got a couple. All right, Pepe, here's your favorite stock, CELH. Look what it did. No, sorry, that's a 15-minute chart. On the daily chart, well, it's trying to break out a little bit. I mean, it didn't quite close at the high yesterday. I mean, the high yesterday was around 29.64, closed at around 29. It's above the high. It's above the high of yesterday now. And the next high looking left is 30.40. For whatever reason, because I could not see any news on it yesterday. This was an earnings play a few days ago, and it got kind of thumped down. So I don't know what's going on with that right now. Why there's been a little surge. There's the fuel cell guys. It reminds me of the poet, actually. They're completely different companies, of course. I know that, but a couple of super active stocks over the last couple of weeks. Well, here's look at silver. Well, this First Majestic, but the symbol is still SAG. LIGS is down 7.5%. I don't think there's any news on it other than the fact that silver itself, the commodity, is just down. Boy, this was a big one yesterday, guys. ONDS, and it's continuing right now. This was an earnings play yesterday. Had a nice run for quite the most of the day. It did sell off a little bit at the end of the day or towards the end of the day, but this was a nice run most of the day. Now above yesterday's high, and that is ONDS. It was an earnings play yesterday, but you between here and 12, it looks like there could be quite a bit of resistance for ONDS. A lot of shares available for me, Interactive Brokers. Yep. So it didn't stop. HCWB got halted on the way up. Yep. It did not stop. I was thinking that well, in the pre-market, this kind of held it, but these are the areas of, had the next high looking left been 2, I probably would have taken some over that $1 mark, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. When I looked left on the weekly chart, I thought there would be a lot more resistance. But let me show you this screen here, guys, or this window here. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt or the halt symbol, or the stock that is halted, HCWB, halted at 129. This column is trying to show you where it could open, okay? So if you're in this one right now, of course, you want to see a number greater than the halt price, which right now you do. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes long, and SLE just got halted on the way down. This is an earnings play. And typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if HCWB is going to open in 5 minutes, It'll open at 9:38 plus 26 seconds. Yeah, no big clue as to where it's going to open, really. I guess, usually the first halts are pretty good. Now, YMAT resumed. So YMAT, okay, let me take a look at YMAT. I think it was halted on the way down, though, right? And then the resumption, yeah, it was halted on the way down. Thank goodness I did not chase this one. Thought about it a little bit. Okay, guys, the market. So yes, the SPY had a move through the VWAP. Looked like, okay, maybe we're going to, but now a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off through the VWAP again. Yeah, I would, my opinion anyway, an important area for the SPY today, of course. See what it does. Can it pop through it again, or is it going to remain below? All right. So wow, Aardvark. This is I saw this one earlier, but yeah. So this was getting hammered down. I mean, it's still down 23%, but it was hammered down. Can't remember if I even mentioned it. I thought it was actually I was going to mention it to you, William, if you thought anything about this one. It's a bio. Anyway, the bottom line is this: is that it's halted on the way up now. And its potential open is like in the 530 mark. So here's your halt, 515, potential open in the 530 mark. Lunar's on the run here, guys. Wow, look at this run for Lunar. Um, LUNR. So it's taken out the highs of the last 2 days now. This was an earnings play, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, an earnings play yesterday. So Lunar's on the run. Price target raised to 45 from 40 by B. Riley. Fuel cell guys, FCEL over 20, hanging over 20 through the VWAP. Down five, I get it's down 5.8%. Obviously some profit taking. I don't think there's any specific news on it today, but it's had a tremendous run over the last week and a half. Okay, FMC. What do they do? FMC, is this a crop protection? Okay. Why am I interested in this one? Well, it's over the whole number, and man, look at this has a ton of room. $15 is the next time. Not saying it's going to get there, but let's keep an eye on this one. I mean, this is running counter to the market. Large cap stock running counter. Now you're going to see some oil plays or energy plays up here. Oxy and MP, is West, yeah, midstream energy. But to have FM in there, which has got FMC, sorry, FMC in there, nothing to do with energy as far as I can see. No insect control products. Okay, so keep an eye on this one, guys. FMC. See if it holds 14. The reason being, again, because it's got a ton of room percentage-wise to that next high, and it's running counter to the market right now. All right, what happened with the HCWB? Okay, so a little bit of a pop, but not much, not much. So sometimes, what was the haul price? 129. Okay, let me put a price at around 132. Sometimes is when I'll take a trade like this. it gets through that halt of 129. But there's 136, and what did it get to? It got to 135. Okay, so that little that could be the little block for a while anyway. Now, if it can get through that, then 165 is the next high. I just wish there was more immediate room for it to run. That's kind of what's preventing me from taking it. Okay, I cannot make the same mistake I made yesterday, forgetting to put a price alert. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert for this one at say 1406 for the FMC. You mean, do they have a deal with Microsoft? Is that what you mean, Harry, regarding Poet? Now they're actually raising money, so that's the reason for the weakness today, I guess. At $21, 400 million. Boy, they're raising $400 million. So that's the reason, I guess, that it's down right now. Is raising money at 21, so it's a little bit below the. That's a lot of money to raise. Now again, HCWB may not listen to me. Where I think it could stall. Look at the volume, 170 million. So all these little areas that potential stalling areas, they may not mean anything with that volume coming in, but I just have a tough time taking the trades when I see this. This is an earnings play. PIII. Wow. So this is an earnings play, guys. So this is an alpha stock. Okay, it's not caring what the market's doing. That earnings market. Yeah. So this is the earnings reaction. Okay, release earnings after hours yesterday. This is the reaction through the 200-day moving average. Halted now. Yeah, the SPY continues. So that was a brief pull up, guys. So here's another earnings play. How much volume? Actually, pretty good volume. Another earnings play, guys. GLOB, GLOB. This is an earnings play. Big move. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. And as I speak, our AI decided to take a look at it. Now, looking left. See what I mean, again, I just wish this all were here. The high right there is 40.39. There's a high right there. I mean, that high is okay, 42, but there's a higher just over 40. Well, look at the weekly chart for HCWB. I mean, that again, you don't have to listen to me, of course, and I know I see that it's also an AI play, but when you look left on the weekly chart, there's a high right there of 136, and there's the next high is 165. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad if the next high was 165 with the current price at 133. But I'm looking here, there's a high at 136. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, of course, but so far, today it did get up to 140. It tried to pop through that, but But that's just the way I trade. I've just drilled into my head, don't do it. And when I look left, and I sure there are stocks that I just keep running and running, and they don't care what I think. Well, this market now is yeah, getting a real thumping here, almost down 10 points. Well, the SPY anyway. And PII is halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. All right. Well, here's fun, guys. Not, I mean, Six Flags is having an okay day. Not an earnings play. Had earnings May the 7th. For whatever reason, it's some news after hours that the chairman bought 10,000 shares. 10,000 shares at $19. So I guess that's the reason for the little bit of excitement for fun today. FUN. All right, a little bounce for rum here. A little bit of a bounce for rum. This is an earnings play, getting hit pretty pretty hard. It's not a low float. 211 million in the float. So bounce plays today, guys. Obviously suspect. I mean, you may get some bounce plays, but the size of them is probably going to be suspect unless the market at least stops moving down. Market doesn't have to be necessarily ripping higher for bounce plays to work, but you just don't want to see this. Here's another one. Bucking the trend. INFY, not an earnings play. Bucking the trend though. The next high looking left. See, for me, it's just too close. Sorry. I mean, next high looking left is 1222. $12 stock. If you told me I could take all the shares I wanted here and I would get out at 1222, sure, but I don't know that's going to happen. If the next high had it been 1266, I probably would. I'd be way more interested. Interesting that there are three AI alerts. None of them are short. Now the market, doesn't know. Probably doesn't know what the market was going to do today, but none of them are short. So this company had earnings yesterday, May 14th. Okay, today's the 15th. So it had earnings yesterday. I mean, it was an okay reaction. It wasn't so whatever they said, I guess the reaction was okay. And it's a continuation, bit of a continuation. Yeah, so I mean, look, gosh, this has got a whole 1591. So 1591, 1590, if this can get through 16, which it did a little bit earlier, but up to, I'm going to put a price alert just over 16 again. Okay, why? Now look left. And the next high is 19. So, but the market is, I think you have to have the market at least on your side doesn't have to be necessarily whipping higher, but at least not, not a constant move down for something like this to work. So waiting for the day that I don't have the top of my thermos screwed on correctly. And when I pour, it just pours all over my lap. So far, so good. Yeah, so here's the FMC, the one I was looking at a little earlier. Did not trigger for me. It's got to get over 14 again. How does it look? You mean what? Well, it's got a good estimate. Well, first of all, that halt was excellent. 6:45, halted at 6:34. So no big clue right now, Ben. 7:33 or a little under the halt price. And IB has sort of fixed something I've noticed because a lot of times on these halts, it was hit or miss whether I'd see the symbol. We knew, I mean, it wasn't. I knew what the symbol was, but sometimes that would be blank. It seems to be filled in all the time now. Anyway, there's the PIII halted. All right. All right. So the TRT did get a little bit over 16. Oh, I'm just reluctant, to go long anything right now. If the market doesn't stop moving down. So what do you mean you didn't find my window? What do you mean by that? You mean what do you mean you didn't find my window? You mean what you're seeing here? You have to go into the scan section. You have to go into the scan section. It's 9:53 right now. Okay, so click on it. It took you to the right page, but then you have to go to the scan section right here. View scans. Okay. Now there you can pick and choose what you want, but these three, the large cap gainers is here. Biggest gainers from the this is the volatile race is here, and the Halls resumes is here. So they're all here. Okay. As far as the charts are concerned, I mean, you should construct your own charts, okay, with your time frames that you want. These happen to be the time frames I want, but absolutely doesn't have to be what you want. So is that what you meant? You couldn't find anything because you have to click on the scans. Okay, the scan section. Look, this is turning into, yeah, I mean, 1580, 1610 now, bid ask. So the bid ask is, it's not good enough for me, obviously. 20 cents right now. I mean, it may tighten up the end of, going forward, but it's a low float, 7.7 million in the float. Yep, that's what I mentioned. And it was at 21 regarding the poet. Look at fuel cell now, guys. Look at fuel cell now. It's almost at the high now of yesterday. Well, the market, the SPY anyway. When I talk the market, I'm only talking the SPY right now. So I guess you weren't listening to me, Grumpy, because I mentioned it maybe 15 minutes ago regarding the financing for Poet raising $400 million. Ah, okay. One moment, please. Where could this fuel cell go? Well, now, first of all, I want to take a look at EOPT. Why? I know I clicked on it for a reason, or EQPT. Well, it's trying to go. It's trying to get positive. This is nothing to do with. I'm looking to see if it's anything to do with the energy sector. It doesn't look like it. Again, guys, here are our sectors right now. So XLE, of course, with again, geopolitical stuff. XLE is up, and silver is still wow. Silver. Last time I looked, it was down 6%. Now it's down 8%. Look at the semis getting a whack today. SMH, home builders, but the silver is by far the worst performing sector today. Now, Poet. I mean, it's getting punished obviously because they're doing a financing at $21, but they're raising $400 million. That's a lot of money. Okay, at $21 a share. Okay, so they're raising $400 million. I mean, good on them. I mean, this stock was like a $6 stock. 3 weeks ago, a $6 stock 3 weeks ago. So they were able to take advantage of this huge run and do a financing at $21. I mean, that's so good on them. Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain for anybody who was buying yesterday and all, but boy, that's a lot of money to raise. So I'd be looking at this one, maybe a little support level right here, the low yesterday, 1727. Put a price alert in that area and see if that supports it, and then starts to make its way back a little bit to the financing price. Now, you'd like to see the market, not, moving down, but going forward, the next few days, I mean, this could have a nice little run again, at least up to the 21 level. I'm not saying to buy it now because it's getting there. I don't know what's going to happen. But if I were a shareholder of this company, I'd say, great job. Yeah, I'm just finding difficulty. I'm looking at some of these things that I might want to take, but when I look left, there's either well, I was looking maybe to short this Wi-Fi in this area, but I look left and it's only 23 cents away to that low, so I won't take it. All right, guys, it's basically 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do, in fact, now basically it is 10 o'clock. So you know what that means. I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Oops. Okay, well, there's Poet now. I put that price alert down there to see maybe it'll hold, but there's the price. Well, the alert price was at 1754, so it's underneath that now. Give me a moment. I just want to take a look at it. So it is now below that low of yesterday. Well, I mean, if it wants to continue, I mean, there's a low down here. It's hard to believe that it would get all the way down to 1288, but or even close. Okay, guys, so let's go over my homepage and click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. As always, at the top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only. Or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. So it doesn't matter which plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. You'll get the 15% off either the monthly for both or the entire year for both. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? I moderate 2 trading rooms in YouTube, a YouTube room, and also the trading room here. And when the company tracks the use of these promo codes, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering what I'm talking about in terms of a trading room, you can come into this room also, not also, one at a time, okay? But this room is also free. And there are some advantages. This room, the trading room here that I'm pointing at. This is for people who are in YouTube. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And Obi does it for us. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi does it at 6:45. And I mentioned that because people say to me, "Why don't you open it?" Well, that's the reason. It's a little early for me. I get on the mic usually between 9 and 9:15, all times Eastern for both rooms. And then I go, and there are more traders in this room too. So there's a lot more interaction amongst traders. Okay. Again, for those of you in YouTube, a lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but I'll always say later for questions. But when I do take off, usually Obi will keep the room open after I leave, okay, for a while. Now it's Friday, so he may not do it today, but he'll let us know. Okay, so this room is free. It's free, just like the YouTube room. It's just a lot more action in this room. And again, open at 6:45. So if you're looking for interaction with other traders in the pre-market, come here. Keep scrolling down from my homepage, and at the midsection here, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you are thinking about taking out a subscription or you're just taking out a subscription, click on my homepage link, scroll down, get to that education section, and right here, getting started with trade ideas, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. And that's mandatory that you do that if you're just signing up. Now, if you're wondering about the program and thinking, I don't know if it's good for me, maybe I don't want to, maybe it doesn't do what I want it to do. Now, you're not going to find everything about the program by looking at these videos, but it should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for scans and races, etc., click on my homepage link, that middle section. Here they are. So here's what I'm currently sharing. So this is a large cap race is over here. Biggest gainers from this is a volatile race is here, and here's the halts resumes is down here. So this is what you can actually see. But as you can see, I also have other scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down, upside versus downside movers. And the only one I have these other 4 scans that I'm sharing. I have this one up and running, the up down 25 cents, but I don't have these ones up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means I don't have them up and running now. But you can certainly take a look at any one of these, and you can ask me questions about them if you want. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, okay? So don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I can't answer the question right away, if it's something I can answer, C-A-N, can answer. But if I cannot answer it right away, I'll let you know. What I can't answer are account questions. If you've got a problem with your account, or you're, maybe wanting to, I don't know, upgrade from a monthly to an annual, I'll direct you to the people who can help you. Okay, things like that. Yeah, I guess Pi is the winner of the day. It's a low float, and this is an alpha stock. This is the alpha stock of the day. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Here's our market, overall market, blah, and here's Pi. Pi plus an E, plus an I, or plus 2 I's. And unbeknownst to myself, I didn't know this was an earnings play. Not an earnings play, but an AI play. I didn't even see that. Now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So even if I thought this was going to start to run out of steam, I cannot short it. Your next high in a monthly chart anyway is it's above that right here, 950 on a monthly chart. That is the next high in a monthly chart. Well, Jamaica could have been following the wave, and I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken any profit at all on the way up, but you follow the wave, and that could have helped you keep in the trade had you had the wave on your chart. If you don't have it on your chart, depending on the price range or the time frame you're looking at too. Man, I've really got to start paying more attention. We watched this ONDS take off, and I immediately glanced to see whether there were shorts available for it at Interactive Brokers, and there were a ton. And this would have been a great entry just underneath a break underneath the 12. And then you can put your stop a little over 12.11, and then it powered through the VWAP. That's the y-axis, right? Oh, I see. You're talking about. Okay, well, do you have the AI? Do you have I'm going to try to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you Ozal, okay? Hamdi? Aziz? Okay, that's easier, Aziz. Do you have our AI? Are you subscribed to our premium service? Okay. Well, if you click on the alert, if you what should happen when you click on PIII, that's when you'll see Come on. Well, you see it certainly on this. Don't tell me it doesn't. There. Okay. You'll see it eventually. Okay. But you have to be clicking on it from the AI. Okay. That's just telling you that is an AI alert. That's what it's telling you. So you have to click it from within the AI. So if I click on TRT, which I did not take, you're going to see it. It just takes a while. I don't know why it's a sort of delayed reaction, but here it is on the 5, and it finally shows up. Okay. So, but you have to click on it from within. No. Those are just AI trades. No. So that's only the AI trades. You're going to get something like that. Now, remember when I was looking at, let me see what the spread is right now. It's still not a great spread, but that's what kept me out of it. It's not a great spread. It's a little tighter. The last time I looked, it was 20 cents, and that's what kept me out of it. Otherwise, I would have probably been in this trade because it had all that room. Let me show you something though, okay? You're looking for, I don't talk about this ad often, but it's something that might help some people. Okay. So in properties, okay, if you right click on a chart and go to properties, at the very bottom here, it says show smart risk levels, okay? If you click on that, this is what you're going to see. And again, this is a guide. You don't have to follow it exactly, but so what this is telling you, so let me click on ARX, ARX. What they're telling you, if you took the trade right now at 1544, okay, you could put a smart stop is generated for you, okay, automatically. I can't tell you exactly how it's generated, but right now it's at $15. There's some numbers that get fed into a formula, and it spits out this smart, and it puts a smart stop on your screen. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's the be all and the end all, but you could follow that. So that's not telling you what the ideal entry is, but it is telling you that if you took this trade right now at 1538, you could put a stop at 15. Okay. Now, would you take the trade? No, because right there, I'm looking at the 200-day SMA, simple moving average, and that could be a block. So there's really the way I would use this is if you looked at it and you said, yeah, it's got room to run, and here's where I could put a stop. Okay. And this smart stop will change if you get into the trade. That's the smart stop. But let's just say that this one went up to $16. It would be a different smart stop if for those of you getting in at 16, because I think it's based on the high and the low of the day and the 15-minute candles, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So it's an idea. I'm not saying you should do it or. So right click on your chart. So, okay. So you ask again how to get that smart stop on your screen, on your chart. So you right click on your chart and go to properties, click, just hover over properties. A big box pops up, and at the very bottom, show smart risk levels. And more than likely, long is the default. So when you check that, then a smart stop is generated every time you click on an alert. So here's HCWB as an example. They're saying if you took this trade right now at 113, you could put a stop right there. And it's hard to see what it is. That's a problem. but it looks like around 104, 106. Okay. Now, again, it's just a guide. Okay. And if you're wondering about the shading, that blue or the green, all that's showing you is, because when I trade, and a lot of people when they trade, they don't get into a trade unless they think they can make one for two risk reward. So if you're risking 10 cents on a trade, you have to be able to look left and see that, well, okay, I could make 20 cents on this trade. There's nothing stopping it from moving up 20 cents. There's no chart resistance. There's no moving average. There's not, it doesn't mean it's going to move 20 cents, but at least there's nothing stopping it that I can see. Okay. That should be your thought process. And so what that is doing, if the smart stop was, let's say, was 107, and it was and you're getting in at 112, that's 5 cents. It would just put that green shaded area would be 10 cents above the price. Okay, because it's saying a 1 for 2. If you're going to risk 5 cents, it's going to put it at 10 cents above the current price. So it's nothing highly scientific, but in case you're wondering, people are wondering, what does that actually mean? So in this case, that would have worked out pretty well. Okay. All right, guys. So now the market is making signs of a bit of a comeback. Okay, so we had that little pop through the VWAP, but then we had the big drop, and now we've got another pop through the VWAP. The VWAP, of course, is moving down, and let's see if it can take. This is an area right there. I'm going to put a price alert around 743, and one right here. That might signify that the market is going to, have a bit of a rally anyway. I mean, that's an awesome alert right now, guys. I mean, the 1594, that's up, in a day where the market's down 6.5% for the TRT, is just that. I didn't like it because of the spread. Keep an eye on this fuel cell now, guys. It's been, choppy like a lot of stocks, but now look at Poet. I'm just not paying enough attention. Look at the Poet. Getting frustrated with myself here. I wanted. Okay, well, here's the SPY now, guys. So it took out that level. Notice how I use the price alerts window. Okay, now that I put a price alert for the SPY, but if you're not using the price alert window, you're not using the program to its fullest advantage, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, what the price alert window does for you is, you put a price alert on a chart where you would at an area that you want to see if it gets to, but then you don't have to keep staring at it. You just forget about it, and if and when it triggers, your price alert window is going to pop up on your screen. Okay. And the best way to use the price alert window is to minimize it. Okay. Minimize it. Don't have it taking up any space, even if you got the space. The reason being is that you can't miss it if you get a price alert, because it pops up on your screen. Okay. And it's easy to make a price alert. Let's put a price alert for the Poet at 1925. Okay. I'm just eyeballing it. That's all I'm doing. I'm eyeballing it. So if I right click and right at the top, create the price alert. Now, if I want to make it another number, of course, I could I have 1925 there, but if I decided, no, how about 1930, I would type it in and then I just save. I typically don't put any notes in unless it's an IPO or something that I want to know about. But you can if you want. But look how simple it is. Right click, price alert. If you've eyeballed it correctly enough, save, done. I mean, that's so simple. And then you'll see a little blue line on your chart. And if it hits the price, then that blue line is going to turn green like it did down here. That's why I wanted to keep watching that. Does the chart have to be open? Well, it doesn't have to be on this symbol, of course, but you mean, does any chart have to be open? It doesn't have to be on this. Well, here's the QC guys, QUCY, which is having, wow. So it's right at the hive yesterday. I don't think so. I don't think you have to have even a chart open. You don't have to have that chart open, of course. Okay. Oh, no. You definitely don't have to have the poet chart. That's the whole idea of it, Pat, because you don't have to keep staring at the chart. You move on. Okay. Like I've done right here. I'm moving on to I don't have poet at all anywhere. Okay. But if it hits, if it does hit that, then the price alert window will show up, and then you'll click on the alert, and then your chart will change. See if I can create one right now to show you what I mean. Okay, and I'm going to go to another symbol. Okay, as of course it didn't trigger because it didn't move yet, but you know what I mean. Okay, if it had triggered on HYBC, then or HWBC, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You click on it, and then your chart will change. Oh, it's halted. That's why. That's why. Okay, I was wondering. Don't say it. Don't say it. So look where this one could open, guys, at 425. Let me put a price alert on Yeti. Let's see if I can trigger that one. There we go. Okay, you see how Yeti just triggered? Okay, so you click on it, and then you're instantly on the chart. Okay, so that's how it works. And now this just got halted. HCWB just got halted. Okay, now is P triple I coming into a level that could be interesting? It's had the pullback. It's coming into that center line. Okay, the center line on my 5-minute wave. let me go over this race here, guys. Okay, I just want to go over the cons. I know for those of you who've been in the room forever, it's probably tiresome, but a lot of people are, we get new people all the time. Just give me a moment. Okay, I want to go over the concept of racing, but before I do, okay, if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section and click on the more info, at the top is our user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, so everything I'm going to talk about is all covered very well in this section in the user guide. So racing, what does it mean? Well, I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. Somebody asked me yesterday, why did I pick 4 minutes? I really don't know. Maybe four's maybe a favorite number of mine. I don't know. Could have picked a 5-minute race, a 6-minute race, a 3-minute race, all customizable. Okay, nothing magic about my 4-minute race. So what happens is, just like any other race, and we've got a real dogfight going on here. Who's going to win? We've got TSLA at 9.8% and HCWB at 8.9%. The race has another 12 seconds. But what do these percentages mean? It means that since the race started almost 4 minutes ago, this stock has moved 9.8%. This stock has moved 8.9%. That's what it means. And PIII held on. Okay, it held on and won the race. You can see the last winner is up here. But also, look what happens. You get a top 10 list that is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So I am running this race in the pre-market. So this is continuing from whenever I open trade ideas and then all the way throughout the day. So AUUD won 9 races. PII which won the last race. Okay, this is this IPO today, right? So is right now it's underneath underneath 4, which is the IPO price. So again, this is how your top 10 list is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Number 1. Number 2, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You see something at the top here, click on it. See what's happening. You never know what you're going to see until you click on it. So here's SNAL. This is a very active one the last few days. I mean, look at this. This was a 48-cent stock that got up to $1.65 yesterday. But look what it's doing, okay? It is sort of coming back into the VWAP. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might look at this and go, well, maybe I should take this one and put my stop just underneath the VWAP. I'm not saying to do that. It's an idea. Okay, it's an idea of a way to trade. But you wouldn't know that until you click on the symbol. Okay, click on Origin. Let's see what's happening. These are 2, stocks that are moving. Now this is underneath the VWAP. It may not be as attractive. Though, if we're shortable, you might look at this and go, well, let's see how close it gets. Maybe the VWAP stops it, and then you short it. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but again, this is just I'm just using this as an example. It could be any symbol that might be doing this. And this is going to be still the spread is not good, but oh well. And here's the TRT. So what I would do is I would click on anything you see here. Okay, anything that's in this list right now, click on it. Anything that has won a race, click on it. See what's happening. I don't repeat myself, but of course, you're not going to know what's happening until you click on the symbol. And, here's one, while we talked, this was the one I was demonstrating on a smart stop. I mean, look how well that would have worked. And it came right into the VWAP and the VWAP held it, acted as support. I mean, does it happen all the time? No, but that was an awesome bounce off the VWAP. Okay, so that's the concept of racing, okay? Or showing you, so you don't have to wait for a race to be over. You can click on anything you see here just to see what it looks like. You can click on anything that's, let's take a look at the BIYA. This was running counter to the overall China market, because KWeb was down when I looked. So again, yeah, it's pretty choppy though, but it came into the VWAP, popped, came into the VWAP, popped. I mean, is it going to pop again off the VWAP? Don't know. But why are these stocks showing up? That is very different from this race. So if I right click in the body of the race and open, so this just opened, guys. QUCY just opened and it just exploded. Oh, I might have to mute myself before I say a whole slew of or string of bad words. I wanted to take this one just over that 4 level, and but it got halted on me. And now look, halted again, 473. Oh well, there'll be another one someday. Maybe in the next minute. So why are these stocks showing up? Okay, right click, open the top list, and this is the reason why these stocks are showing up here, because of this top list that I've got. Why are these stocks showing up in my top list? If I right click on configure and the summary. So I am looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. Understand that this does not have to be what you want to see, and you can easily adjust all this to your trading style. Maybe you want a different price range, or maybe if you have any trading experience, you want to add in some filters that you like. Okay, this is just happens to be what I want to see. So how you can still use a top list window is with these filters in place, the price range and minimum volume, etc. If I'm sorting on the change from yesterday's close, that's what that C%, the change from yesterday's close. So this HCWB is up 282% from yesterday's close. PIII is up 133%, etc., all the way down. If I wanted to sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, 90%. QUCY is up 90% from its opening trade of the day. So a top list window, as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. If you wanted to see the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, you just have a column header that you click on. If you want to see the stocks that are down the most, today, or down the most in 5 minutes, or up the most in 30 minutes, as long as you have the column header, you can click on it, and that's going to sort for you. But here's what the race does. Now, the race will be, you will see these stocks all day long because, these stocks are in play. Tons, like thousands upon thousands of people around the world are watching these stocks because they're so dynamic. So it makes sense. You're going to see these stocks probably in the list moving up. But what the race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is since when the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. So for instance, here's HIMS. HIMS has been a very active stock. It's up 2.6% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden some news hit? HIMS has been a very newsy stock, and it started to move up. It started to move up. It's up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, right up this list. How would you know? Well, you don't have to know. The race is going to tell you that because it doesn't care, again, where the stock is in the list of stocks. Okay, so now you can also do things like if you have a list of stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe you have a basket of stocks, 20 to 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. You can do that. You can and run the race on it. Notice when I right click in this top list window, right click, there is the option to launch the real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So if you have a basket of stocks that you like to follow all day long, you can do that. You create what we call a symbol list, a watch list. You attach it to the top list, and then you launch your race, and it'll only be based on those stocks. Or it could be a different group of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work, and you say, you know what, I want to watch these stocks tomorrow, and you put those into that list, and you attach it to the top list, and tomorrow you'll launch the race based on that. Now, this race is very different. When I open this top list window, there's a massive difference, of course. I mean, this is full. This one is full. This one, not so much. Now, it's probably a little fuller than I thought. Had the market kept moving down, 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 there might only be one or two stocks. But by the way, this is not a static list. If I click on the summary, this is what I'm looking for in this particular race. So as long as the stock has been $10 and $70, 200,000 shares have traded. It's got to be up that 2% from yesterday's close. But this is what's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. Just give me a moment. Sorry about that. So this is what is preventing the stocks from showing up. A lot of stocks from showing up. Okay, the position in the position in the day range filter. We have a lot of great position and range filters. Okay, and this is the one. This is a great one. You want to see stocks near the high of the day. So if I put 100 here, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. Putting 95 means it's at the upper end of the daily candle. Okay, here's your daily candle. It would have to be in the upper end. Also, though, the float has to be at least 50 million and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. These three filters here are nowhere to be found here. So that's why this list is huge compared to this list. Okay. But again, this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list, and they will here too, as stocks meet the filter requirements. And then sometimes they stop meeting the filter. So they got added. And then sometimes they stop meeting the filter requirements and they get out. Okay. So again, hopefully that all makes sense. And why I think it's now, if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at this race before I looked at this race. The reason being, this is a wild, fun race. Yes, a lot of big percentage moves you can get, but with big percentage moves up, can come with big percentage moves down. So if you cannot handle the volatility, I'm not saying these are not volatile at all, but they're certainly less because of the market cap and the float minimum. Okay. And again, the top 10 list is built for you. Now, if you load one of these two races from my homepage and you're looking at it now and you're saying, well, wait a minute, how come I don't have a top 10 list? The reason being is that your list starts from when you load the program or when you load the race. So here it is, 1039. Okay. So at 1039, if you load it, that's when your race will start. So you eventually there will be a top 10 list built for you, but your list will be a lot different from mine because remember, mine was working in the pre-market. Speaking about the AUUD, let's take a look at it right now. Todd is long this one at 218. Okay. Of course, on the weekly chart, it's got a massive amount of room. Had some news that submitting an S4 for a merger with this company. Now on the daily chart, so if I wanted to do this, and I'm going to cheer Todd on, the next high looking left is 219. Okay. So I would probably, even though, I mean, it did break through that earlier in the day, but I may wait for a bit of a break of the 220. Let me put my price alert up here then. I'm going to put a price alert up here just to see if it takes out that daily high. I know it did it earlier, but let's see if it can do it again. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Give me a moment, guys. Just trying to do something here off camera. Okay, guys. I mean, I know I've been talking about this fuel cell for quite a while today. It's still hanging over 21, I believe. FCEL. Yeah, hanging over 21. The high yesterday, I may have to do something with this one. The longer it holds over 21, and the QUCY opened and whoa, so it got halted on the way down. Doesn't mean this is over though. What do I think about it? Untradeable for me. What's the symbol again? It was at what, 350 or 400 or whatever it was yesterday. I mean, what do I think about it? When we looked at it, and William, I mean, they have a lot of revenue, and half of the revenue looked like was net income. So I mean, obviously, but I mean, it's too expensive for me. What's the symbol again? I could type it in, I guess. SER or CE, oh, CBRS. Okay, so what is it doing today? So I mean, it's down 4%, nothing major, but I mean, it did get up to 386. So I mean, it's had a big drop since the high. Oh, and there are shorts available. Ha! There are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 296. Kind of interesting that the day after the IPO, shorts are being available. Usually takes 2 or 3 days. So, I mean, what do I think about it? If you're asking me, what do I think about the company? I mean, you know, read a little bit about it. Seemed like lots of revenue, but half of the revenue seemed to be income, which is pretty startling. Be nice if they had an ETF. It's probably a little early to have an ETF for them. That would be a lot cheaper than the stock. And they had some, some big backers behind it. I think Morgan Stanley, was one of the backers. There it is. Okay, so here it is. This was the startling thing, okay? Revenues, 510 million, net income, I'm no financial analyst, believe me, but net income of 237 million on 510 revenue. First of all, a lot of these IPOs don't have that much or don't have any revenue at all. But I mean, this one obviously does. But you've got Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Barclays, et cetera, behind it. I think that was a startling thing for me, though. If that is, well, I'm not doubting it. Well, I mean, can we believe those numbers? I'm not saying Morgan Stanley, et cetera, is infallible, but they obviously had to vet it before they would get behind. Because that would be a real slam on them if those numbers are they're made up or yeah. I exactly. Net income. That's what I'm no financial analyst, but I do think I know what net income means. It means that you could put that in your pocket and spend it. So, well, there are always two, Grumpy. There are always two. I mean, my thermos is a two cupper, so there's always going to be two. All right, guys. Well, I've missed out on a few things today, but that's okay. Have to have some patience and see if something pulls back a little bit. So here's Fig. Fig is pulling back into that center. See on my 5 minute wave. Will that act as support? What do you think of that, Pepe? Now that I understand what that center line means, do you ever really look, or do you even use the wave? I mean, maybe you don't even use the wave. Do you use the wave at all? Number one, that'd be the first question. Because if you don't use the wave, then that center line will mean. But do you use the wave at all? Do you find it helps at least visually? Okay. So now, uh, you mean there's already this is already a two-time ETF for it? I mean, a lot of volume. I'm surprised that there's already an ETF. It's BATS. You see, normally when you see these ETFs, okay, for the stock, usually it'll also have the stock name, here. So for instance, here's the ETF for NVIDIA, NVDL, but you see the name of the stock here. I'm not disputing it, HLE. I'm just wondering why isn't the name of the stock in the CBRG? Because that'd be a great way to trade it. Now it's BAT. It's on the BATS exchange, which is kind of weird. But so anyway, what I was going to ask you, if you do use the wave at all, well, you're saying you do you pay attention to the center line at all, or do you even have it checked? Okay, you don't. Okay. I'm intrigued though. I'm seeing, some that seem to want to bounce off that center line or at least hold. Do you look at it also as if a stock bounces off the bottom of the wave, doesn't pierce it? Oh, yours does. Okay. Okay. Why doesn't mine? It just says themes ETF trust. Interesting. Well, that's a heck of a way to play to trade it. Then, I mean, if you think this is going to be going forward. Oh, okay. You do use fibs. Okay. And that's from E-Trade or Fidelity. Is that from Fidelity? Well, that's really interesting, guys. I mean, listen, if we thought that this is going to have some rippage in it, what a great way to play it. Baba, Baba, is this possible? Or recent reverse split with a low float can have shorts availability? Are you talking about a specific stock or just in general? Because certainly the day of, especially unless maybe Centerpoint, some of the ones that specialize in having shorts no matter what, maybe, but I would certainly not at Interactive Brokers the day of a reverse split and usually the following few days. But are you talking about, is it possible or are you talking about a specific stock now? Well, I'm going to get, I know it is, but I'm going to actually change this to CBRG so I can have it. Yeah, no, CBRS, sorry, CBRS. Just give me a moment. Okay, so here's CBRS. So yeah, I mean, look at this. So if you thought CBRS was going to start moving, because it's sitting on the VWAP, so is the two-time ETF. And it's a two-time long. So if this starts to move, like 1%. Now the only thing is why is this not showing that this one is down 8%? Okay, I have to. the heck do I get rid of that in? Okay. Yeah, why? I'm confused because actually it says 0%, and the stock is down 4%, and this is saying 0%. So maybe it's not in sync yet. I mean, I don't know. Well, it was pretty ominous for a while, guys. The SPY was down 6.66. Okay, guys, sorry, lost my train of thought. Okay, bot has been another active one, guys. BOT halted on the way up. BOT. This was an IPO, I guess. Got up to, or a symbol name change. I never know anymore. Got up to $60 a few days ago, all the way back down to 20. Yeah, well, but it is down 4%. I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, there's the close yesterday. So I'm sorry, there's the close of yesterday right here at 311. So, oh, I see. So CBRG only opened today. Okay. I gotcha. Well, that is something really interesting going forward, guys. Seriously, the CBRG. Now it's interesting because I have one interactive brokerage chart open and it won't load. It loads into the order entry, but it will not load into well, not in an intraday chart. I have one interactive brokerage chart open and it will not load in there. You know, this is why trading can, if you have any hair left, how you can not have any hair after a while. Because look at this TRT and why, I did not take the trade because of the spread. That's the only reason I didn't take this trade. It was a nice one from our AI. It was a sort of a continuation earnings play from yesterday. And look at it now. I mean, we've got a 15% move now. And I'm just missing galore. Here we had a great re-entry on the the P triple I, 827 on the re-entry. Okay, so if you miss it the first time, or even if you took it the first time and you got stopped out, you could have you had an opportunity to get it at 827 on the re-entry. Everybody know who has the AI? You understand this re-entry column? Does everybody understand it? You have to have their AI, of course. If you don't understand it, let me know, and I'll show you how to, show you what it's all about. Okay. Another excellent one. Another great one. Boost Run. Never heard of this one. Boost Run. It's I don't know if it's an IPO this month or symbol name change. Looks like it could have been an IPO based on the price. So it's a pretty good one right now. And we had a re-entry at 29.08. So on that re-entry, what time was it? At 10:18. So it hit the stop. So right here, yeah. So before it pulled back at all, it went from 29.08 all the way up to 31.40. A tremendous run using the re-entry. But I guess everybody has the re-entry and knows what it is if you have the AI. So I guess I don't have to go over it. Well, I'm going to have to put a price alert on this CBRG somewhere. I'm certainly going to put a price alert at the high here. I mean, that's way up there, but and maybe one here. It was a SPAC merger. Okay, thanks, Obi. So BR, went. So it's an IPO, but it was a SPAC merger. Okay. Time 11:02. So in about 1 hour from now, I'll be taking a break. Now, there's a possibility I'll be interrupted around 10 o'clock. I have a contractor coming over, but between 10 and 1. So it's possible that I'll be taking off at around 10. Well, it's up to you. Well, how it works, and it's really simple how it works. Okay, Camille. Here's how it works. You wait for the alerts. You have. Do you have our? I know I probably asked this yesterday. Do you have our premium service? Okay. Do you have this screen up and running? Do you have something? Okay. And you have the filter. You have if you have it checked, you have unchecked the profitable trades. So you see all the trades. Okay. And you have the reentry column then, reentry price. Well, again, how you use it, of course, has got to be up to you. I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing. I use it like a watch list. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert will be at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. We had two at 9:40, then 9:44, 10:02. But how you trade them is going to be up to you. Now, some just wait for reentries. Okay. Notice there were 3 today. There's not a reentry here because 1594. The stop is 1550. Of course, it never hit that stop price, so it kept running. But if you're going to ask, well, how do I know to take this one or this? You don't. Okay. You have to have some trading experience. I loved the TRT. It had the room, etc. Okay. When I looked left, it had a lot of room to run. I didn't like it. I didn't take it because of the spread. Turns out the spread didn't matter that much, but I don't know. It's not going to. Okay. There's one. The PII. If I had seen this reentry at 827, more than likely I would have taken this trade. I just didn't see it. I was distracted. Okay, it's at 906 now. It's a great percentage move. So, how you can take benefit, you got to learn, you got to understand how to trade. It's not just a matter of taking the trade immediately when you see this alert price and just hanging on for dear life. Okay. I'd love to say, yeah, that's all you have to do, but it isn't. And even the HCWB, that was good on, well, it was good on the original 122. It was actually good on the reentry also. It's not good now, 118, but if you have any, you wouldn't let a stock that goes up to 140 move back down to your entry price. You have to take some profit, right? So that's why I'm saying when people ask, well, what are the stats on the AI? Well, I may use it very differently from 10 other people here. I might get out at a better price. Maybe I get out at a worse price than others. Okay. So I'm sure it's not what you want to hear. You want to hear that, just take the alert and just, every time you see an alert, just take it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But for me, it can be a great watch list. The other thing to do is make sure you put a sound alert on here so that when you do get an alert, when a symbol shows up, you'll know about it so you can look at it. For whatever reason, I mean, I must have been doing something else. I have a sound alert, but I tuned them out. You can get a sound alert on the original alert price and also on the reentry. So you know to look at your. So do you have a sound alert on this, Camille or Camille? Do you have a sound alert on it? Okay. Your sound alerts still don't work. Bummer. Are you the one that had a problem like months ago? 156? Like when you say they don't work, what is happening? I am speaking, yes, MJ Trom in our YouTube room. I am speaking. If you can hear, well, if you can hear, I'll post this in. I'm okay in YouTube, right, guys? Pepe or somebody said they can't hear me. I have not. My mic is definitely on. Audio is fine. Okay, so hopefully that person reads the post. You might have to exit and come back in. Oh, and your laptop don't work. Wonder why. Had to refresh. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know why. I haven't done anything on my end, so I don't know why. Yeah, I cannot help you if the sound alerts on your laptop don't work, but you do get sound on your laptop on your laptop from something else, music or YouTube or whatever. So it's not that I have no idea why they won't work. All right, guys. Well, now the last time I looked at the fig, okay, so it broke down. Now, will this hold? It's an earnings play, okay? Will it hold? Will it, the it meaning the VWAP, okay? Will that hold it? The way I look at fig is that this was a super hyped IPO, and you can see what it did. I mean, there's a day IPO. Don't think about this. This company stopped trading as fig in 2025, and when these guys wanted to go public, They saw that FIG was available, so they took this symbol. So it's not like this was a big pop from here. So this was the first day it traded, and you can see, I mean, I don't know what the IPO was priced at, but it was way below this, and it closed at 115. The next day it gets up to 143, and then the big collapse. So my way of thinking is that, some people just hold on forever. They don't, and or maybe somebody got in here and they're thinking, please, if it gets back anywhere close to this, I promise I'll bail. Okay. Because I don't know what's really turned around for this company. Yes, they have I didn't read what they said, but obviously the reaction is pretty good today. But is that enough to compensate for all the misery that's happened for a lot of people over the last few months? Well, I would have taken, as I said, PJ, I would have taken the trade, except I didn't like the spread. It was that simple. I just didn't like the spread. There's no such thing, Kimil. You're asking maximum proven strategy. There's no such thing as a maximum proven strategy. Okay. Again, I looked at TRT as a specific example. I saw it was from the AI at 9:40. Okay. What time is it right here? So right here. I love the fact and what it was doing, it was getting over 16, okay, and it was hanging around the 16 level. The first thing I did was I looked left, okay, and when I looked left, I said, wow, there's a ton of room to 19. That made this trade, this is something that I absolutely wanted to take. I didn't take it because of the spread, though. The difference between the bid and the ask, right now, it's still not great. It's horrible. 38-cent spread. Now it tightens a bit. But back then, I didn't like the spread. So that was the reason I didn't take the trade. Otherwise, I'd be in this trade. As now, did it mean it was going to work? No. Even if the spread had been good, didn't mean it was going to be. It didn't mean it was going to work. Had I seen the PII or III, I've missed trades today because I've been doing other things. But my condition usually for taking trades is looking left, okay, and seeing if there's enough room for it to keep going before it hits the next high on the daily chart. And if I don't see it on the daily chart, I look on the weekly chart and then the monthly chart, etc. Okay, that's my first step, is always looking left to see, okay, if I took this trade right now, how far could it go before it hit that next high? And if it's far enough away, and you might say, well, what does that mean, far enough away? Well, if I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and say it's 20 cents away, I'm going to get out of the trade 20 cents below where if I took the trade right now, I don't want to hang around if it moves down 20 cents on me, because I'm looking at the chart. Maybe there's some support at a certain area that I see, or maybe the VWAP, okay? The VWAP is 20 cents below. So if I thought, you know what, if it hits the VWAP and goes below, I'm out of the trade. So I'm sizing this up pretty quickly also. So I figure out first, very quickly, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and where could it go? Because if I decided I wanted to take a trade and the VWAP was 20 cents under, I said, okay, that might be good support. But then I look left and the next high is 5 cents away. I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Now, just because the next high, though, is 5 cents away doesn't mean it's going to stop there. But you asked me those are my conditions of taking trades. My advice is to, practice in our simulator. There's not one hard and fast rule that is the so-called proven strategy. The only thing it's not a strategy, is money management and always obeying your stop. Get out with a manageable loss. That's the only thing I really, really preach. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, guys. So it's 11:16. So I have about yeah, it's on my homepage. If you go to my homepage, okay, Izzy or Eyes, you go to my homepage, click on the link, and scroll down until you see the scan section. And right here, Holtz resumes. Okay, here it is. Oh, that's an L. Okay. Are you lazy? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to tell us you're lazy? Just having fun. Okay. So, but anyway, here is the Holtz resumes. Now, guys, remember, if you load anything right now, and the Holtz resumes, good would be a good example. You're not going to get all the previous ones. Okay, your Holtz resumes will probably show the last one, and then going forward, you'll see the Holtz resumes. Okay, so if you load my Holtz resumes or any others, anything else, you're not going to see everything that happened from the 9:30 on. Now, if you keep this as part of your layout, then tomorrow, you'll get them as they happen. Well, yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is I didn't miss it. I just didn't want to take the trade. See, look at the spread right now. Right now, 53. Well, I mean, even this would be okay had it. But the problem is, I was watching this, and all of the spread would get to 20 cents, and then it would go down to 5, then it would go down to 30 cents. They would yank the bid, and I just can't. I just would it have mattered in this specific case? No, I mean an 8-cent spread is awesome in a stock that's really moving, but I'm not going to. I won't beat myself. I mean, beat myself up because I wish I were in the trade, but I'm not going to beat myself up because I didn't break a rule that I have. Or I should say, I don't know. I think I phrased that wrong. I'm not going to beat myself up for not breaking a rule that I have. I don't know if that's how it came out, but that's what I meant. So when you say, Camille, can you show how bid set up in a chart like yours? Don't know what you mean by that. How to set up the bid, the TRT bid. I don't understand. Yeah, or are you? Oh, okay, guys. Do I do it? Just give me a moment. So, are you talking about? So, are you talking about this? This blue screen here? We're showing the bid ask. Is that what you're talking? Oh, that's in Interactive Brokers. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so if you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search on time and sales. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, I mean, your broker will have something, that is time and sales, and this is what I use for the bid and ask. Who's your broker, Camille? Yeah, so Webull will have something. I mean, I don't have Webull, but I mean, they'll have something that should look like this, that's showing the ongoing trades and with the bid ask. It has to, but I can't tell you where it is because I've never had Webull. Maybe somebody in the room that has Webull, maybe they can help out. Where would you find an equivalent to this? The time and sales with the bid ask. So you need level two data in Webull, okay? Level two data. So Clovis said you needed to subscribe to see it. So you can't see it within the chart down inside the stocks page. So I'm wondering, can you get away now? It is interesting. Somebody was asking me our spread filter now disappeared and it's come back. I had no idea. Number one, you could even use it in the single stock window. And let's take a look how accurate it is. I mean, it says 11 cents right now, and it's about 10 cents, so that's pretty accurate. 10 cents. Now it's 6 cents. Why couldn't it have been 6 cents? But you see, it is slightly delayed. That's why, I mean, yeah, the fact that we have it here, fine. But if you're trading, I mean, you should have something that looks like this to see the absolute real time bid and ask, rather than trying to rely on something that has a slight delay. Like what? Well, plus that's just the spread. I'm not sure why it was so crucial to have, but anyway, it's back. Well, I can say the difference, William. I've had, yeah, but the general idea, but it's right here. I mean, if you're trading, if you're going to trade, you see it right here. I mean, in some form. I know you were the one asking for it, Michael. But I mean, I'm just wondering. But you must look at something like this also, which instantly tells me what the actual up to date is. Like I'm not saying. I mean, I had no idea it was even available it used to not be available in a top list window because the top list used to, update every 30 seconds. So what is the point of having a spread that and then having to wait 30 seconds because it could easily change. But okay, I mean, it's back anyway, Michael. So there you go. Are you talking about TRT, Todd? Oh, oh, are you talking about the CB whatever? Yeah. Um, Let me bring up my well, again, I've just blown it. I just blown it. I got to give up today, guys. I should be in this one right now. Now, where would I put a stop? I mean, it'd be pretty wide stop if I waited, all the way down to 1350. But So, Michael, I hear what you're saying. You look for spread. I mean, we do have a spread filter. I'm sure you know that. So you could, in theory, only see stocks with a up to a 3 cent spread. Absolutely. But as you know, the fact that you might get an alert when it is a 3 cent spread doesn't mean that 2 seconds later it could be a 20 cent spread. But I'm sure you know we have the spread filter. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. That's why I don't use the spread filter because it'll prevent me from seeing some stocks that are really, really alive. And at the time of the alert, it might be a 20 cent spread, but it might pull back, into something that is reasonable. So I don't want to miss it. What would be way better with that spread filter? And I've asked that, I don't know, 20 years ago. I'm exaggerating somewhat. What I would ask for is the average spread over, say, even if I could assign a 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Then at least there is maybe a little more history. This one, right now it's a 20 cent spread. Okay, so if you wouldn't have seen this all day long, and now it's a 25 cent spread. Now, what happens if I'm hoping it's like to a 5 cent spread? That might flash briefly as a 5 cent spread. You may get an alert, and then 2 seconds later, it's back to being a 30 cent spread. But anyway, I mean, if you found it helpful, that's great. Well, you know what though, this is to me, this is going to be interesting going forward. Okay, if I mean, if that CBRS, you can see. I mean, it's tracking it perfectly. The CBRG, it's tracking it perfectly. But I mean, if so, this is at the high of the day now. If it gets back up to that the close of yesterday, I mean, it could go on another big run. I mean, the high yesterday was 386. So I definitely still want to be following that CBRG. I have a price alert up here, but I should be in this. I should be in it, but I'm not. All right, 11:29, guys. So I'll be taking a break in about 30. I feel like I've taken 100 trades today and I've taken nothing. Yeah. And look at the PIII. I mean, if you want, I'm going to do my video on this one, guys. I do a video every day on the importance of the reentry price. I mean, look how awesome that is. This is good. 2908. It's at 3016. 827 to 13. How awesome is that? If you guys old enough, or been in the room a long time. Remember when Dan used to show up and he'd go something like, "People, what more do you want?" in his voice. This is not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, especially when he would forget to turn off his mic. Well, guys, massive miss. Yeah, massive, massive, massive. So let's see if it has any. Well, I mean, it's up 221%. It's an earnings play. Saw this in the pre-market, like it's on my list. Yeah, it's on my list of things we talked about in the pre-market, but you just never know. I mean, this one is a complete alpha stock. Did not care at all about what the market's doing, which can be very typical, of a certainly of a low float stock, but also one that, had earnings. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know what the release was like. I mean, obviously the market is liking it, but my guess is they're not making any money at all. But maybe they didn't lose as much. So this is your Q1 represent an inflection point for the business, delivered 26 million of et cetera. I don't know if they made any money, but at least they had some revenue. Did you look at that one, William, as a beat raise? I can't remember. Is that one of your beat raises? Yeah. According to Yahoo is a disaster. Or the company is a disaster. Yeah, I mean, they're not making money. There was no data for it. Okay. No estimates. Okay. It might be, but it's right now it's RBS, SSG. Okay. No, I might be looking at this BRUN. Okay. This is also, except again, look at the spread, 60-cent spread. If it ends up at $35 today, that won't matter. But I don't know if it's going to do that. Because what I was thinking about doing is maybe if it gets over 30 or holds that VWAP, taking the trade because it is an AI play, and the re-entry was at 2908. Okay, guys, you might want to watch Poet. Poet right now, of course, it got slammed down not just because they did a financing at $21. However, they are raising. You have to give the company fantastic kudos for getting money at $21, $400 million. Okay, when the stock was only $7 a week and a half ago. Okay, so they did a great job of convincing people, at $21. So yes, it's underneath. And the reason being, if you have this, your position is being diluted. But you should be, if you were in it down here, you should be cheering the company on, even though it's down 8% today, in my opinion, anyway. To be able to raise that amount of money when the stock was only, imagine how much more diluted it would have been to raise that $400 million at $7 a share, as opposed to 21. Yeah. I don't think Carr could not have convinced people at $800 to do a financing. I don't think so anyway, but you're right. Stop it. Okay. Anybody talking about PIII more than once? is going to get banned. Okay, I'm going to ban you. And of course, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding. Obi's the only person I can't ban because he opens the room. Though I think William will open the room. He just doesn't want to close it. So watch yourself, Obi. I just get William to open the room. I do appreciate, though, the fact you open it. I'm just kidding, of course. So anyway, getting back to the poet, okay? I put a price alert just over right here. There's 1920 and another high right there, 1920. I put a price alert in this area. Well, I think I actually have one. I have a price alert, that blue line, and see if it takes it out. I mean, it did pop up to 20, before. I just think that, the trend has changed a little bit here. Okay, guys, you know what? Boy, this looks interesting. I mean, can you not see? I mean, if it can just, it's over the VWAP now. All right, guys, I'm looking to take this now, this poet. The longer it holds over 19, it has this little, I know I sort of thought I'd wait till 1920, but if William gets banned. Now, PII got halted on the way down, right? Yeah, I got halted on the way down. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if this can get back over 18. Just waiting to see if this got back. Yeah, I haven't taken it yet, but I'm definitely interested. I think I probably should wait for, the 1920 mark. I've got an alert set up in that area. May not happen. So when you ask, am I? Only if, it gets up to that level. Now, don't let me influence anybody. The fact that that's what I am maybe waiting for doesn't mean this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. All right, 20 minutes and a break time. I just always have to repeat it though, okay? Because people listening to me, they say, "Oh, okay, the guy says he's going to take it at whatever that price was, 1920. So I'm going to do the same thing because that's what he's saying to do." I just have to constantly repeat that. I'm not a financial advisor. And some will be looking at what I'm saying and saying, "I don't like that. I don't agree," and that's fine. Boy, silver is still weak. You know what I haven't done is okay. I had a little bit of time, 15 minutes. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm going to click on the Show More. These are all theme-based channels, okay? And I'm going to click on the Show More and get down to the sector status. So this will give you an idea. Uh-oh, connected to media server. I'm getting that right here. So did we get, hmm. Okay, I think I got, the media server broke. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm back. Okay, should be back. Guys can hear me now again. I don't know if you saw that. Tried to flash it, said the media server connection. So that means I had obviously lost it for a bit. Okay. Okay. So looking at hopefully that doesn't happen again. So look at this. There's only one sector that's positive today, and it makes sense. XLE, guys. The only one sector that is positive, XLE. And if you scroll down, silver is still getting hit. SLV still getting hit. So these are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window, okay? And so of these, we have 12 of them right here. Sorry, 11 of them right here. So you can kind of go through and you can see, okay, for instance, we know that the energy XLE, that's the ETF for main one for energy. So this top stock, OXY, Oxy. Okay, there it is. But there are some stocks that are down. Which one is down the most? Not a lot, but WMB. Now, this can be interesting. Retail, okay? 80% of the stocks that make up XRT are down, but there are some that are up. GCO, for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, not an earnings play. For some reason, Genesco, is that retail? Genesco? Anyway, that's down. But what's the worst one? What's the worst retail right now? And that's Wayfair, minus 5.4. Not an earnings play, just, retail just moving down. Healthcare, the same thing. Healthcare was really strong yesterday. So DXCM, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. For some reason, there must be some news on it. Must be some news on it, I guess, because it's up 6.5%, and definitely running counter to the sector. And if I scroll down, I'll see what the worst one is. NC is the worst one. So some of you, this is how you may use trade ideas. Just looking at this channel, looking at the top stock in a sector, looking at the worst stock in a sector, and maybe figuring out a way to trade them. You can always pop any one of these out. Anything that's our channel, in our channel guide or channel bar, sorry, channel bar. Anything you see in a channel bar, you can always pop it out. So you don't have to remain in the channel all day long. And popping out is simple as this, right click, and it should say duplicate into free floating window. It should say that. If it doesn't say that, then it'll say duplicate. Okay, but if I click on duplicate into free floating window, here it is, free floating. So now it's out of the channel. So you don't have to stay in the channel anymore. If all you want to do is watch a couple of these, you can pop them out. So with crypto being down right now, it's underneath 80K right now. It's on 79,000, down 2,300. So yeah, so some of the crypto plays, of course, are probably, well, more than likely going to be down. So inside my head, here's the poet, guys. Remember what I was saying? I liked it. I thought maybe if it could take out 19, which it did briefly, but I was waiting. I was waiting for this breakup here. And I wasn't going to, the minute it went over 19, I could have said to myself, you know what, this is going to go. So I'm going to take it right now. Now, had I taken it right there, I would have had to stop. But this just, prevented me from nickel and diming my account by taking trades that are not set up the way I want. And I never anticipate something's going to happen. I wait for it to happen. And if it doesn't happen, just move on. Poe, I'm surprised you somehow did not find a way to get into the PEIII. Well, it's not cheap, cheap now. It's not cheap, cheap now. Okay. But it came from, 450 or so. So if you're only looking for stocks, under $2 or then, you wouldn't have seen this one. Okay, I did try to answer you, Baba, but you ignored me. So anyway, you're talking about CHSN. Okay, I don't know when the reverse split was, but I mean, I see here. When was it? This has shorts available, not many at Interactive Brokers. No, I know. I'm just pulling your leg. I don't. When was the reverse split? Because I mean, they have a few shares available. Yeah. So typically the day of, or even the next day or two, typically there are not going to be any shares available. But I mean, there's not a lot, but there are some available right here at Interactive Brokers, 3,000. But that's Interactive Brokers. I mean, depends on the broker. Okay, guys. So I'm taking a break in about 10 minutes. So if you have any questions before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the room. You can head over there at around noon Eastern when Andy takes over for me in our YouTube room. Erna, I haven't seen Erna all day. Let's take a look at Erna. Yeah, well, it took out yesterday's high, and the next high is 14. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. At least, that high 2 days ago was 1450. So there's certainly room. What's the volume like? The volume's not, well, now again, it's sort of skewed because, that 0.81 relative volume, because it's looking at this day, of course, back here when it traded 64 million. But still, but look at the spread 1213, 1238. I mean, it's just makes it, really, for me, anyways, it just makes it difficult to have confidence in taking a trade that has that sort of a spread. But don't let me stop you because it could turn into a TRT. And oh boy, I was thinking about, okay, maybe if it, but this just got halted on the way down. PIII just got halted on the way down. I was thinking maybe this could hold it, or even get a little bit closer to the VWAP. So guys, just as a complete aside, Pepe may remember this. Um, I don't know how long ago, maybe 3 months ago, 2 months ago, I lost my sound icon or my Bluetooth icon on my computer. So I could not activate Bluetooth. And so I had the guy from the Geek Squad in, like, poking and poking and poking for about an hour and a half, could not figure out why. And the last thing he had me do was to do a complete Windows reinstall, which really I'll never do that again. I don't blame him. But in doing so, I had Windows off. I had Office and an old version of it. And guess what? It wasn't supported anymore. So I was going to have to buy Office. You know what? I thought, you know what? Why don't I just try Sheets, Google Sheets, and Google Docs. Well, I love it. I don't need full blown Office. That's for sure, and I love it. And even after doing the big Windows reinstall, it didn't work. You know what worked? Unplugging my computer, unplugging it, not shutting it down, but unplugging it. It's crazy. Yeah, I find it super simple, and I was used to Excel and Word, and a couple of things to get used to, but other than that, I love it now. Never go back. All right, guys, 11:55. So what I'm going to do now is just put my message up here that I'll be on a break. Just going to wait for Andy to show up. Okay, and now I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Andy if you want. He's not there yet, but he'll be there very soon. I always like listening to Andy's and his nice Texas drawl. But can't I block it that it's just for me? I know what you mean, Pepe. Can I block it so it's not shared? Or are you just, against Google? You mean a la Gemini? How about the the web-based version of Word and Excel? The web-based version. Now that you got me a little interested in what you're saying, what about the web-based version, the free version there of Excel and Word? Because I thought of that also. Okay, guys, it's 11:59 now, so I'm just waiting for Andy. I have to hear a little pop in our YouTube room, and then I'll know he's there. No, this one, guys, is JDZG. JDZG. This has been a super active one also. Now, are you talking Office 365, the web-based version, or the app? I'm. Hopefully Andy is not having a problem here. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Andy's in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I will put myself on mute, and you have the link to get into YouTube. I put that in there. So I'll put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Mr. Andy Lindloff, how the heck are you today?
Hey, Barry.
What a crazy day so far.
Yeah, it is a crazy day so far.
I actually thought maybe the market would keep rallying, but nope. But
Yeah, it just kind
never.
of just kind of tried and then got stuck in this area.
Yeah, yeah. So how's your trading today? I know.
Yeah, today not too good. I mean, I've had a nice run. Yesterday was nice. But actually, all week has kind of been nice. But yeah, today obviously giving a little bit back. I had some Bitcoin stuff. Uh, just everything I had
Yeah.
except Path.
Oh, it's a fact. Okay. Well,
uh,
I hope it works out a little bit better for you later on in the
oh, it's
day. And
yeah, it can change. Yeah.
yeah, just like that. Well, the spy's at the VWAP right now, so let's maybe get a thrust through it. Okay, Andy, we will see you in about one
Yes.
hour from now. Okay,
Enjoy your hour.
I will.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. Hi, Peppy. I see Peppy in here. Michael. Uh, this is the support webinar. My name's Andy. If you have any questions, guys, just be sure to drop it in the YouTube chat, and I will do my best to tackle it. And if I can't, Peppy is always on standby. Hey, Aussie, how you doing, buddy? Good day. Hey, Pep. All right. Once again, if you have any questions, just hit me up in the chat, or if you want to talk the markets, want to talk, ask me a question about a stock or a chart. We'll be happy to look into it. Uh, I will kind of go through what I've been doing lately and what I'm in right now. This ABTC, I did sell half of it yesterday. I just got tired of this thing just not going anywhere. So luckily, I got off half of that. Markets being stubborn. Uh, I tell you, the one you might want to keep an eye on. I bought it. I know it's path and it's a horrible looking chart, but I do like the way it double dipped that all time low there and bounced off of it. So you just kind of keep an eye on that one for maybe. I don't like to buy stuff in the middle of ranges, but I don't mind buying on support or obviously in breakouts. Uh, let's see. IONQ, yeah, that one got me today. That's another one that got me. It was looking beautiful looking chart, and then we got that today. I mean, what are you gonna do? Uh, that's just the nature of these kind of stocks, unfortunately. And let's see, PLTR I bought today, uh, just because it was holding up well. Nothing good. Right after I said not buying anything in no man's land, I bought this. But this was just basically I'm looking for a scalp. Uh, Relative strength, the market was getting killed. I looked over, and this one was actually green on the day. So just looking for a scalp in that one. PDYN, I've been in for a long time. Luckily, I took some big profits yesterday, or some nice profits yesterday. But yeah, I thought Big Bear was looking beautiful coming into the day, but obviously got caught in this market. I did take some profits yesterday. I was in it. Actually, I took profits like last night about 9 o'clock. They had it's a 24-hour stock, and I saw the markets, selling off, and so it's a 34 bid, so I was whacked it. Then I bought some more back. Coin is the one hitting me pretty hard today, and trying to hold on to this 50. I actually just bought some more, thinking it's going to hold on to this 50. And obviously, if Bitcoin can get a bounce, watch this high bit. If it can get through the, let's see, 44.95 level, I think you'd get a, bounce on all of them. Just going through what else do I have? Tesla's been in for a while. I'm not looking to sell that one. Hopefully it can hold, this level. If you're not in it, if I wasn't in it, that would definitely be a spot. Maybe I'd want to take a nibble off the 10-period moving average. But yesterday, the reason I had a good day is I took a lot of profits. I mean, instead of just I know Steve's more of a hedge fund guy. He's got not always, but he's just sitting in all his positions, and that's fine. I mean, if you got good entries and you're just letting it ebb and flow, I'm more comfortable if I'm banging out some profits. And I guess it just goes back to my day trade. I was a good day trader, so yesterday, I banged out a Mara, all of it, at pretty much close to highs. And I may, when a market gets up at these levels, nosebleed levels, and you're overbought, I tend to do more. Uh, I don't want to call it day trading. I like to call it sway trading. I mean, where I may be in 2 days or a day and a half or whatever. But if I get good profits, just taking them, just because I know we're due a pullback at any time. Well, I bought this 8 yesterday too. I forgot to mention that one. This one, bought it off the 20 period. Wait, I'm not sure what that sell is. What am I trying to do here? No, I think that's something I put in this morning. I don't want to do that now. But anyway, this had a nice move. Now, the thing that bothers me is it did this over here and gave it all back. I'm hoping this time may be different, especially with the new AI stuff going on. So this one maybe one to watch, even if you don't feel comfortable buying anything today. Maybe wait for a bar reversal on Monday. But I do like stocks that pull back and able to pick it up at the 20 there. And for some of you who, I mean, if I wasn't already in this, I'd be definitely be tempted, to buy this at the 50. I think it's getting killed a lot more than it should, in my opinion. With I know Bitcoin's down, but I'm not sure it's down 9%. But a dog of a stock, this thing could make it all back and be back to monthly highs on Monday. So I don't want to give up on it right at 50 here, even though I'm getting hit pretty good. All right, let's take a look around. Oil is obviously up on the day. VIX VIX is not, look at that. VIX not all that strong. Not a whole lot of fear in the marketplace. Of course, XLE is having a good day. I usually don't call a lot of these stocks, just like I don't call a lot of gold stocks, these commodity stocks, because you're kind of at the mercy of the underlying commodity, and I really don't like that. For if I see something really nice, I think I called Halliburton back over. Gosh, I think it was over here, and it actually had a nice run. But yeah, very seldom. It'd have to be like after earnings or something like that, and had some good earnings. All right, PLTR is creeping back up. This karma. I mean, I don't know why. This had a beautiful green bar reversal after earnings. Sometimes you just, when the first time you trade a stock, you just don't know its mannerisms, and that's horrible to have a nice volume bar like that, green bar reversal, and just tend to give it all back. So I'm going to have to probably cut this if it does go to lows, because that's not what you want that chart to do. I got hit in K-Web too. Just that move, and then of course I stayed in it because it didn't hold and it didn't break through these moving averages, and of course get the nasty gap down. I was really surprised they didn't out some sort of deal. That's unlike Trump, but oh well. I thought he would throw China a bone. 8 is looking better. Just went to highs. What's that DXYZ doing? Had an alert go off on that earlier, and that pulled back. Probably wants a doji going into the weekend. And the Qs are getting. They're actually doing nothing. Path to back above 10. Don't think there's going to be a whole lot of opportunity this afternoon. My guess is we'll slop around here and probably do a doji, or we'll go to lows. I'd be surprised if we go to highs, but this market has been so strong. I mean, all you got to do is look at those Qs and just see, you know, it bothers me that we didn't get that 10 period moving average, but maybe that's just a strength we have in this market. I'd like to see gets above this level right here. Well, it's showing you right now where the next resistance is. I wouldn't mind a move there. This is being a dog. And I just may have to let this one go. That whole sector's getting whacked again today. Remember how I told you when the market gets weak and the semis get weak, keep an eye on Microsoft? And of course I didn't today. Isn't that something? How the market just rips and rips and rips, and then we get a sell-off in technology and Microsoft. I was in it over here, and it failed. Now it's probably going to go through. I guess you just got to let it break out of this, earnings high, because otherwise it's just sloppy mess. Come in on Monday in the semis and get hot, and this thing will sell off again probably. I tell you, the shorts are frustrated today too. I mean, you probably came in if you didn't like hold something short overnight. You probably came in, and I'm referring to the overall market. Obviously, there's some things that got hit today. Especially a lot of these nanos and quants and AI. So definitely some shorts. China uh, that worked, but as far as the overall market, if you're shorting futures, you're probably getting a little nervous. Did coin get that? Let's see here. 191.69. So it hasn't quite gotten it yet. Low is 192.30. That may be close enough. We'll see. I'm going to take a wager that's close enough. And if Bitcoin can, get a pop and break out of this range, it's been channeling now for 2 hours. If it can get a pop right here, I think coin maybe have a good bounce in it. Big if. Speaking of semis, let's take a look at some of these semis. I think that $100 level in Intel might be one to keep an eye on, because if it gets there, it's going to be close to that 20. I'm going to go out on a limb and say uh, maybe if it does it on Monday or Tuesday, that 20 period moving average be right up close to that 100. So definitely something to keep an eye on, that psychological 100 level. Just pulled it up and there's my alert goes on. Yeah, I'm probably done with this thing. Path running into its 5-day. Probably a good day, good spot to sell some. But I'm gonna play this in for a longer term, not, just in case that is a generational bottom. I doubt it. Never know. Apple is definitely holding up well, holding up the market. Microsoft is definitely helping. We got obviously the semis are weak. Amazon's kind of bleeding down below its 20 period moving average, and actually on about is that a 2-week low, 3-week low, maybe? No, 2-week low. Lights blinding me. PLTR. I'm sorry, just over here looking at my. Okay, Bitcoin is getting close to that breakout I mentioned. So we'll see if this coin, see if I want to enter some more here. Nah, I got enough. I don't want to get crazy. If PLTR can't get through here in the next 15, 20 minutes, I'll probably take some more off. I don't know if I want to swing that. Let's do this. Let's put an alert right here. See if it can get through that 10 period moving average. Q is getting a little bit of a lift. Boy, that SATL. It's been on my list for a while and it just keeps going, but nothing crazy. Just keeps pushing higher. Okay, PTLR set high. It's got about another 40 cents. Made some real good money yesterday in IBIT and held a little and then bought some back pretty close to lows. So this is what I'm looking at, this thing. We can get through that 45. 44.95 level. IBIT is 4 cents away. Yep, I definitely say it was a 10-minute consolidation. Let's call it a 2.5 hour consolidation. And these things are just that IONQ down 10%. That's just brutal. Yeah, Bitcoin got nothing. It's like he's just going to slop around, wait for the weekend. I'll probably rally it over the weekend. Microsoft trying to go back to highs. I bet you I could stop it from going up. Bet you IWM's not looking good today. No, it's not. Although, nice look at that volume bar coming in IWM right now. Interesting. Pretty much the biggest bar of the day, just not counting the first bar. All right, PLTR, you're only about it's 99. Okay, so you're still about 40 cents away. Do a little, see if we can do a trend line. Yep, it's got a ways to go, doesn't it? Jeez. All right, a new candle, and IBIT is now at that 95 level. We'll have this at 7. There's PLTR getting close. IWM worked off that volume bar. Let's stick a little alert, see if it pops through that. If this market can go to highs, I would say that it's probably not going to do anything, but you got to think that a lot of shorts might be covering. So we'll see. Path continues go. Got through the 5-day. Let's see if these cues, every time they've attempted to pop through this 5-day, they wick back down. We'll see if we can get it to get above and stay. Yeah, PLTR is what I was afraid of. Nope, market just wants to hang out, looks like. So don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of opportunity. Can always pull up some races, see what's going on. What am I doing? See if there's anything happening out there in Raceland. Xerox. Pop there. Here's my 8. Yeah, I'm probably going to go. I probably, unless something drastically happens, I'm probably going to only have a handful of positions over the weekend. Tesla, Path, maybe PLTR. Depends on how it closes. But yeah, if it can close strong and maybe get through that 10-period moving average, I may hold some of that. I'll probably hold some IBIT because that's been actually one of my best trading stocks this year, or ETFs. Time. Uh, it's funny that this one is actually holding up today while the rest of the China stocks are getting killed, because that was one of the few that wouldn't run when the China stocks were running. I mean, I thought the earnings were great, but they're buying out another company and it's a cash and a stock deal. But from their fundamental numbers, this trading at 861, uh, I mean, basically you got a market cap of 5 billion. You got 3 billion, almost 4 billion in cash. So, but that it's one to keep an eye on. I don't, that, set you an alert somewhere and look for volume, because I think it's probably going to have, it's just something that deal they're doing. I don't understand a lot of those deals, especially when they're cash and in stock. If it's an all cash deal, it's pretty easy to understand. But I don't. Yeah, a lot of these stocks just keep selling off regardless of the market kind of holding up. See what those stocks is doing. I know a lot of people were not that great. I mean, I guess you need a pretty big move to get something, that's been beaten up this hard to move. I mean, it's almost up 10%, but boy, you're up 70 cents in the stock. and trying to go to lows on you. AMD, see where it is. Actually holding up better than Intel, above its 10. Marvell holding up well too. I did mention 8. I'm almost certain to hold some 8 unless it obviously breaks down and goes to lows. But path coming through. All right, time to lower. Hmm. Tesla definitely wants that 10. We'll bring it down a little more. Peloton. It's one to watch. Looks like they gapped up after earnings and they've been bleeding back. I think if it takes out that 540 level, it's one to watch. Of course, it doesn't have the short float it used to. I wish it had more shorts. Yep. Bitcoin couldn't get through. Now it's kind of drooping over. Yeah, a lot of these ones that are coming through, just nothing to write home about. That's for sure. And as a matter of fact, this is not a market you want to chase highs in anyway. So yeah, Peppy, Tesla does have a date with that 10. Let's hope it holds for my sake. And PLTR is kind of petering out. I got hit earlier and uh it was like 12.18 and that I think my bid was 12.18. I put it out there in the morning and got hit. And I went to put a stop in. I can't remember, maybe down here around 11.83. Instead of, I forgot to change it from limit to stop, and it executed immediately, which was probably about right here anyway. So no really harm. But so now I'm going to start using, instead of trying to put stops in, I'm going to start just using price alerts. Put a price alert, it goes off. Now, if you're going to walk away for an hour or two, you might want to put one in. But you think the software would notify you like, hey, you're putting your limit order in, you know, 30 cents below where it's trading now. Yeah, PLTR just gonna stop around like everything. Okay, IONQ is digging in. Boy, the market hasn't. We haven't done anything since we started this. Oh, I'm sorry, AJ. Uh, do you have a good hanging man alert windows and filters you could recommend? Let me share something with you. I don't know if it's a hanging man, but let me show you something. Go to our symbol list and go to daily. Click the little plus sign, and you're going to see, and there's a hanging man in there too. These are daily now, daily patterns. Now I've gone through them and I've created, and I'll share it with you. The ones I found to be the best are bottoming tail is a real good one, and green bar reversal is a good one. But let me show it to you here. Glad you brought that up. As the market heads back south. Bullish daily candlestick patterns. Okay, so let's look at a few of these. Wing. So that's maybe it's interesting. It's been beaten up more for a long time. Let's put on. They got also Doji's a good one. Let's go in here now. Today, honestly, I don't. Probably not a lot of these works. Obviously, just look at the market. Uh, let's see the ones for today. Ah, look at there. Path, bottoming tail. Okay. So what you have was a bottoming tail. Okay. Our software goes out each night and finds these patterns on the daily chart from the day before. So it's looking at this candle right here, and there's your bottoming tail. Okay. So I have built this scanner to notate, to let me know when it takes out the high of the previous bar. Okay. Because that's when I'm interested. Now, I didn't obviously didn't have this up. I actually bought it, started buying it when it took out 52-week lows. But uh, there's a good example. Shop. Let's take a look at shop. Barry, you're back early.
Yeah, Andy, I'm not going to be able to take over at 10. Okay, so if you could just shut down at 10, I won't be able to continue on
Okay.
YouTube. Okay, sorry about
Okay.
that.
So
Okay,
just close.
just shut it down. Yeah,
Okay.
just tell people I'm sorry, but just shut it down. Okay.
Okay. I'll do that,
Okay.
buddy. All
Okay.
right. I'm just
Thanks.
saying. I'm just
Okay.
saying, when you say shut it down, that means not just
Close YouTube.
close
Yeah.
YouTube, but also StreamYard, right? Do I
Yeah.
have to?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Shut down the
I
stream.
can't just leave StreamYard. Do I actually? Is there something I have to do to actually close it?
Well, I have an end stream at the top here. Maybe
Okay.
I have to
Okay.
do it. You see
No,
that?
I may be able to do it.
Okay. If you can't, then I'll do it. It's not 100%. I'm going to have to shut it down,
Let me
but I
see.
just want to be.
Stream. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I can do it.
Okay.
All
Thanks,
right.
Andy. Sorry
Perfect.
about
All right.
that.
No
Okay.
problem. Bye bye.
Bye.
So shop. There's another one. Now the bottoming tails, they don't have to be, a long one. Okay. I don't think you can specify in there uh, how long you want the tail to be. But there's path, CSTL. There you have it. There's your bottoming tail, and then it notifies you once it crosses over that high. Green bar reversal is a good one. That's kind of It's kind of a sloppy green bar reversal because I like them to see them covering the whole can, at least the body of the previous candle. But see if we got anything else. There you go, green bar reversal, and it's following through. I need to use this more. Green bar reversal. I think what it looks at is not so much the bars. If the stock was actually down yesterday, and this one is a green bar and it closes above yesterday's uh, not high, but the body where it closes. Zeta bottoming tail. Gosh, man, a lot of these are working today. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing that. I'm not. Man, oh, there's path, man. Jeez, it's on the warpath. That's definitely helping. Wish I'd bought more, but you can't really get aggressive on a chart like that. Fig. So yeah, if I will definitely share this. It's one to keep an eye on, and not only that, you can look to see, you know, go in there and look at the daily candle patterns that I showed you, and see if there's some you like. There's a hanging man in there, so you may like you were asking about that. I don't know if I tried the hanging man, but definitely one to look at. The problem with the hammers and the probably the hanging man as well. No, the hammers, I know it's got to be a perfect hand. It can't be a penny off. In other words, it has to close at highs. So it kind of it wasn't getting a whole lot of those. Like I said, real quick, we can do this real quick here. We can go in here and we'll do go to daily once again. Make sure you expand it, okay? And we can do a okay. So you're asking for a hammer, and then we can also do a hanging man. Oh shoot, I should have done a. We'll just do a new high alert. See what came through. Okay, we got to put. We got to put type. And where is my type? Huh? Put it over there, didn't I? Huh? There it is. Oh, that's new high. Well, I'd probably have to go in there and make two. Uh, let's try notes or description. I mean, no, it's not going to get it. So we'll just look at the patterns and see. You probably what I do is you make two different. You do a multi-strategy list, and that way you can make both. Okay, so there is your hammer. Of course, you want to put some filters in here so you're not just getting inundated with stocks. But there's your hammer yesterday. So what you want to do is build something similar to what I have. So these it is working. I don't know if we're going to see a hanging man. Look at there, nice little. There's your hammer right there. There's your hammer, and then you got an upside down. All right, guys. So there you have it. Let me share. Let me share that one, and you can look and see how I built it. Did I close it out already? I'll share that bullish daily candlestick patterns so you guys can look and see how I built it. Because you want to build a configuration that'll notify you when it's a good setup. In other words, if you get your hammer, you want to see it. You want to see it breaking above that hammer, and this will help you to do that. It's a great little scan. I really need to find a place for it. All right, bullish candlestick patterns. And there you have it. And on that note, guys, I am going to call it a day. So have a good one and have a great weekend, everybody. Keep it tight. I'll give you time to grab that scan if you want it. Be sure you grab it because once I close down, I might have to close down the YouTube as well, StreamYard. But that's it, man. Keep it tight, guys. Have a good one. And I will talk to you next week. Bye bye.